Really, is that a fair and accurate depiction of your interview with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge, I would move that as the next exhibit. Judge, may I approach the court report? Agent Fraley, I want to, go back over some of the things she told you. You testified on your direct examination that she had told you she knew the baby was dead, not missing.
Correct.
Now, I didn't really see that initial thing in the video. Was that somewhere else? I mean, it's obvious from the context of what you all are talking about, but had that happened before that video?
Yeah, and in my notes, she'd also talked to other investigators, and that was the first day of the 6 days or whatever day we were on that she told us that she was dead instead of missing.
Okay. Do you know when did she tell you or did she tell someone else?
It was in other interviews, and again, we were all working together.
Okay.
And it, she, like I said, she talked with other investigators, but that was the first day. And then after that was revealed, that's when Detective Licklider and I brought her into this room and started talking to her again, trying to clarify.
Just so we can clarify a few things for the jury, I think it becomes apparent, but there's a lady in a jail uniform as this video starts.
Yes, sir.
That's Angela Boswell.
That's her, Megan's mother.
And
yes, sir.
You all had arranged for her to be brought to the sheriff's department to meet with Megan?
Yes, sir. She asked to meet with her, and was able to do that.
And then as the video starts out, you start talking about he back a lot, and later the name Preston or Hunter Wood, is that the he you all are talking about throughout that video?
Yes, sir, it is Hunter Wood that we referred to as her boyfriend.
And at some point, I guess the other thing I noticed just so for the jury's context, in the video, you all refer to her as Maggie.
Yes, sir. Her name's Megan, but she was called Maggie. I think she told us that's what her nickname was from her real name.
That's what her family called her.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So she provided you with several locations that she thought the baby could be in.
Yes, sir.
And one of those was Tommy's property.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, Evelyn was found on Tommy's property.
That's correct.
Now, this interview occurred on the 25th of February, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When
Continue.
We're back on the record.
I'm sorry. Can you?
Yes, sir. When was the body ultimately found?
March 6th of 2020.
Now, there's a conversation between you and Megan about the fact that you're not arresting her that day.
Yes, sir.
In fact, she was later arrested that night by Mr. Price, was she not?
I believe she was.
She did not end up leaving the Sullivan County Detention Center from the time the detention center and the sheriff's department are all connected together here.
Yes, sir. They're connected here. Their offices are in the same building.
One large building.
Yes, sir.
So she did not leave there from the time of that interview until she was arrested.
I don't think she did.
Now, when did you first search Tommy Boswell's property?
That would have been March 6th when Evelyn's body was found.
So was there some reason you didn't search the property from the time she told you on February 25th until March 6th?
I can't recall specifically why we didn't, other than she had told so many lies. We didn't know if this was true or not, so there wasn't solid evidence because she had lied so much that this was the truth. So
Are you certain the property wasn't searched before?
not by me, no, sir. It may have been searched, but
Was it searched by the TBI, or do you know?
I don't recall. I wasn't out there until the 6th that I recall.
Okay.
There may have been other detectives, agents, FBI, Sullivan County, or even TBI for that matter.
As far as TBI goes, who was in charge of this at the time?
Agent Gratz was the case agent, David Gratz.
Who was the field office manager?
Christopher Wilhoit, he's the assistant special agent in charge.
What was your position?
I was to assist Agent Gratz in the case.
Okay. So you went there one time to that property?
That I recall, yes, sir, on March 6th.
I'll be showing you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 17. Agent Fraley, you previously identified this photograph as how the trash can was found when you.
Yeah, yes, sir. It looks like the ones from yesterday.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, yes, sir.
All the monitors are off. Yeah, I know, I'm trying. Okay. You have to look at the big.
Okay.
The power surge.
I believe is this the position the trash can was in when you found it?
That's representative of, like I said, once the door was open, on how the trash can and the bags were there.
When you say it's representative, were the trash can moved and put back in place, or is that exactly how it was?
In this particular picture, I think that my best recollection is that's how it was. It wasn't. At some point in time, I did remove these and we stopped because of the weight of the trash can, believing that Evelyn might be in that trash can. But like I said, my best recollection is that was the way it was when the door was open and we first saw that.
Okay. At some point after picking the trash can up, was it placed back in the same position for more photos?
I believe, yes, sir, it was.
Okay, so some of the photos we saw yesterday, the trash can was not exactly as you found it. It was to the best of your ability to put it back. Is that fair?
Yes, and this probably, well, I don't want to probably, but yes, that is correct. It was moved and then replaced. And then, like I said yesterday, we stopped and made some phone calls after we confirmed or believed that to be Evelyn's body.
And the trash bag, the black trash bag, that's ultimately where Evelyn's body is found.
Underneath, it looks like, yes, there was a black trash bag on top of the one that's in there.
Where did you find the body? And what I mean by that is, did you find the body in the trash can after you had removed it? They're giving you a pointer.
Oh, okay.
That. After you had removed the trash can from the building, or were you still in the building when you found the body?
Best I can remember, sir, was, like I said, we opened that door and we saw those items. Now we had the knowledge of, she had said that there was maybe to look for a trash can. So that alerted us. Red flag went off, if you will. That time, I think I removed some items on top of that and maybe moved the can. But like I said, once I felt the can, it had some significant weight to it, more so than a regular trash can has household trash in it. Removed some items off the top of that, And then that's when I first saw the leg of Evelyn's body. Like I said, I replaced it or resituated best I can, stopped what we were doing and made the appropriate phone calls.
So you say you replaced it,
Set it back, yes, close to.
set the trash can back in. Did you set the stuff back in the trash can that was on top of the body?
I don't recall putting those items back on top. I think once those items were removed, and some of the items I remember specifically, there was a bread bag, an empty bread bag that was in that top portion of the trash. And I recall it having a September 2019 expiration date, which again alerted us that, hey, this wasn't there like the rest of that stuff I testified to was obvious to me. It had been there for years. And now you had these couple bags of trash in this can that looked out of place or looked more recent. And I think, well, after seeing that, opening that bread bag with that date, obviously that date gave us an idea that this was a window of time that was recent, that fit close to the proximity that Evelyn was reported missing.
So the black trash bag in Exhibit 17, it appears to be pressed down in the trash can. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
So at some point you took it out of the trash can.
Yes, sir. That was, as I best recall, that was the first thing removed from that can.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15.
Okay.
Is that the same black trash bag?
Yes, sir. As best I recall, you could only see that portion in that last picture, and that's after it's kind of been opened
Okay.
to inspect the contents inside.
Okay. So that picture was taken after you open the door, obviously. Did you take the trash bag out of the can, or did you?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, I think I did, because to inspect the bigger bag that was down in the bottom of the can with Evelyn's body.
Did you place the black trash bag back in the can?
I can't recall if I did or not. Like I said, once we confirmed that was Evelyn's body or what we believed to be, we stopped. I can't remember if I placed it back in there or set it to the side.
Now, I assume there's a protocol to how you all would handle a scene like this. Could you
Yes.
walk me through that?
Well, typically, like I said, this was a looking for Evelyn's body, because based off of what the phone call had come in to come there to search for items that he had said had been brought there and placed in the yard barn. We found those items. I think Detective or Special Agent Grants and Haraz with the Sheriff's Department started looking, inspecting, and made the decision to take that. And then the process of that led us to the just to look in the playhouse where we found these items. So for protocol, I guess there's not a checklist to start looking, but once items are found, the protocol is to photograph those, bag those, seal those bags, mark those bags, and ultimately send them to our TBI labs for examination.
And I assume the protocol would be not to contaminate other pieces of evidence there. You want to keep everything as separate as possible.
As best we can.
You described the situation where you all placed her body on a clean body bag.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said y'all put wax paper on the porch prior to doing that.
I think it was like butcher paper, this rolled butcher paper, then the body bag on top of that. And then as we were removing the contents of the trash can, it was onto the body bag.
The black bag, when you inspected it, anything significant in it?
Like I said, the only thing that sticks out is that bread bag with the date. Kind of, like I said, that other stuff had been there for years, it appeared to me, and the others. And this appeared to be recent, and that date on that bag, I recall.
If I could approach the court reporter, Judge. Agent Fraley, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11. You recognize that?
It looks like, yeah, that's one of the pictures introduced yesterday.
Okay. What is-
That's the playhouse with the door open, showing the trash can inside the doorway.
and that's the front porch of the where you ultimately place the body bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could, do you have that pointer still?
Yes, sir.
Could you point for the jury and show them where you placed the paper, where you placed the bag?
Can you raise that? Does that raise up anymore? Okay, yeah,
Is that
that's,
better?
yeah, it was on this porch right here.
And take that one down. Actually, if we could go back to that for just a minute.
Okay,
Over here on the side, can you see what looks to be like wire?
this right here.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another picture.
Okay.
Does that appear to be the same wire?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that appears to be an accurate representation of the porch at some point during that night.
Yes, sir.
We'd move this as the next exhibit, Judge. Right. Go.
Let me see everybody over here. Even just. Do it again. All right, go ahead and start.
Agent Fraley, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that was one of the photos introduced yesterday depicting the removal of the trash bag containing Evelyn's body from the can onto the body bag.
And that was done on the front of the porch, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Was, at the time you all did that, the wire and stuff, was that kept away from that body bag, or?
Best I recall, we moved those items in order to clear the front porch to do this.
Okay, to keep from contaminating anything. That's
We have to provide room as a flat space, the most convenient place for that. But it was, like I said, right there on the front porch. I think it was moving off to the side of the playhouse.
If we could go back to the last, actually. We'll put back up Exhibit 46. Exhibit 46, I'm showing you around the wire and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to you that there are some leaves and debris under the wire?
I can't make it. I'm sorry. I can't make out exactly what that is.
I've heard some. Do you recognize what that is?
Like I said, that's a little clearer picture. That's not,
What is that a picture of?
it looks to be a portion of that picture.
Sorry.
Is it up in this portion here? That area, is that a zoomed in
Yes,
of that area?
Yes.
Yeah, there's that's a little clear.
Okay, and you recognize that picture that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir. Like I said, it looks to be the middle portion of that. And it's a little clear now that it does appear leaves, maybe some grass or hay or something there underneath that wire in this area. And also it appears maybe 2 insect pupae right there.
If I may, I would ask that the picture is identified in the next exhibit. We'd ask to publish this at this time. Agent Fraley, is that a better
Yes, sir.
picture for you to
Yes,
describe
sir.
to the jury?
It is.
I believe you said you saw some leaves.
Yes, sir. It looks like maybe right there.
Uh-huh.
And that might, that area right there is what I said looked like grass or hay, possibly. And then, I'm sorry, those two right there is what it said looked like insect.
You described those as pupae.
Yes, that's,
You talked about pupae yesterday. What's pupae?
it's just where an insect, once an egg is formed, it's formed as larva. In the middle of that stage before it fully develops into an adult, that's the stage of that.
Okay, so the egg would be laid and then it forms into this. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
That pupae, do they move on their own?
Yes, they're living organisms, and they feed, which, like I testified yesterday, it's common with human decomposition that the eggs are laid on that decomposing human flesh, and that's where they develop from there.
You say they're living organisms, but in fact, a pupae is an insect in its inactive, immature form between larva and adult.
It's in the middle.
It's an inactive form.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So they don't crawl around, do they?
Like I said, the eggs are laid and then they develop into an adult.
Okay, that's the stage before they become larvae, which would move around.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you about the so when you found the body in the trash can, it was in a bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evelyn had leaves in her hair.
I don't recall that. I don't recall that.
Okay, were there any leaves in that trash can?
I don't recall.
You
the
say you don't.
leaves.
When you say you don't recall, I guess I want you to clarify that you say I don't remember. Are you saying I don't remember, or I
Well,
don't remember?
even reviewing the pictures yesterday, I don't remember saying, I mean, it's been 5 years, but even reviewing those, I don't remember seeing leaves inside of those.
So you don't think there were leaves in the trash can or her hair?
Like I said, I don't remember seeing those even after the review of those photographs yesterday.
Okay. I want to talk about the body. Obviously, when you find it, you had to move it to some degree.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you would have done your best to have placed it back you moved it out of the trash can and then placed it back like it was, I'm assuming.
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what you did.
Are you talking about removing the body and then putting it back in?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay,
That's incorrect.
okay, tell me.
No, once we went into the playhouse, opened that door, saw what we saw, the trash can, the 2 bags that, like I said, were obvious to us that they didn't match everything else in that playhouse. It was, and then confirming, like I said, with the information that Megan had provided to us, that the trash can was in play. That first black bag removed, and then like I talked about the empty bread bag that had expiration date, that confirmed this wasn't in the time frame of this other stuff with the dust and the cobwebs. Pulled that off, and that's when the odor of decomposition appeared or was present, and then pulled that fleece blanket back, and then that's when I saw the leg and the foot. That's when we stopped at that point. Then made our phone calls, forensic pathology, medical examiner, DA's office, and our chain of command.
So I assume you made as minimal of movement as the body as possible.
Yes, sir. Again, because we were, number one, trying to confirm if that was her. We were optimistic and hopeful it was. And once we verified that, at that point, we stopped and waited on them for guidance.
But it would be fair to say you moved the body.
Absolutely. We did. Like I said, not from the trash can and then put it back.
But you had to move it within the trash can in order to see what you see.
No, again, just pulled the blanket back and saw that leg and foot. The body wasn't moved. Now it may have moved when we moved the trash can, but we didn't physically touch the body, remove it, and replace it.
So fair to say you didn't try to move it, but when you moved the trash can, it could have moved.
Yes, sir. Absolutely could have moved.
Judge, could I have just a minute? Did you collect any evidence there yourself? I know, and what I'm saying is typically, at least for the jury, I'll explain the question. I know you know what I'm asking you, but typically a lot of law enforcement people are there. One person may collect this, one person may collect that. Did you collect any of the evidence there?
I recall when we first got there and we were in that yard barn where all that evidence was. I think Gratz wanted, Special Agent David Gratz wanted all of that taken. I think I assisted in that. And then, like I said, then went to the playhouse, found Evelyn's body, was active in processing that. Those bags, what wasn't sent to the forensic center for autopsy, which included Megan's body and the clothing, the blanket. Those other items were collected. They were transferred from that scene over to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, where we continued to process. But I think I was party to that as well. So I think to answer your question, what you're getting at, if I collected evidence items, and yes, I did.
Do you know which items?
I'd have to look at those lists because they were, it was voluminous in the items that were collected. It was dozens, I believe. I'd have to see that list to refresh my memory.
Because that's all the questions I have for Agent Fraley. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Judge.
Agent Fraley, Mr. Scott asked you some questions about the moving of the body after you located it in the trash can. When you first saw the trash can and the black bag that was in there, how would you describe them as far as where they were positioned in the trash can?
Like I said, trash can, as we've seen in these photographs, the black bag was on top. Then you see it kind of opened. That's where the bread bag was. After that was removed, then was the white trash bag. After that is opened, then the next thing visible was the gray and white fleece blanket. Pulled that back, and that's when I first saw the legs. So if that answers your question.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, was the black trash bag just sitting on the top, or had it been pushed down inside, or did you have, in other words, did you have to pull it out?
I pulled it out. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the white trash bag, again, was it pushed down in there? Or did you?
Yes, it was compressed almost to a degree of compression that it created like a vacuum coming out when we removed the bag from the can.
Okay, so it wasn't just gently placed.
No,
on top
no,
of it.
absolutely not.
All right. And to the extent that you have already testified, you did not in any way, once you located the body in the trash can, manipulate it, pull it out. You didn't pull the trash bag up to look and see what else was in there. You all didn't do anything else with that until the medical examiner arrived.
No, like I said, we stopped, and even once it was removed, it was a gentle process where it was removing the bag containing the body, tilting that can onto the body bag on the.
Thank you, Agent Fraley. That's all I have, Judge.
Thank you, John.
Recall. trash can, you all moved it outside of the building before the medical examiner got there.
I can't remember exactly, but that we could have moved that to the front porch to remove that black bag with the bread bag and then placed it back. I can't say 100% if that was done, but it could have been.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Judge.
I have served an additional subpoena on him later.
Thank you, Farley. Thank you for your testimony in this case. You're still under subpoena, so we'll need to move on. Yeah,
State called Tommy Boswell.
unless anyone, did any of the jurors need a break?
Jury's right hand, who's sworn, please.
I gotta give you the microphone. Raise your right hand.
Yes, sir.
State your name.
Tommy Boswell Senior.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Speak in the microphone, please.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
If you would, you'd like Judge asked, scoot up close to that microphone.
All right, how's
There
that?
you go. That's better. You're Tommy Boswell, is that correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Boswell, where do you live?
543 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville.
All right. Is that here in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
And you are the father of the defendant, Megan Boswell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
She's your daughter? Okay. And Evelyn is your granddaughter?
Yes.
Now, Megan's mother, who was she?
Angel Boswell
All right.
or Jones.
Okay. And two of you, are you still married?
No, we've been divorced since 16.
2016?
Yes.
How long were you all married?
17, 18 years, something like that.
Megan lived with the two of you when she was growing up?
Mainly lived with my mom and dad.
And where did they live?
Right below me, we lived on the same piece of property.
There on Muddy Creek?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point in time, did you have problems with Megan that eventually led to her being placed in foster care?
Well, it's her mother's fault for not sending her to school. And she come to stay with me. And then she wanted to go stay with her mom. I said, you got school. We got to go to court Friday. And I said, you don't go to school tomorrow. I said, they will send you off. Well, she went to stay with her mom. Mom didn't send her to school, went to court. Stayed Tucker.
Now, let's back up a little bit. This was after you and Angel were divorced.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. How old was Megan when all this took place?
The divorce or which part?
When Megan went into foster care?
I think she's about 17.
Okay. She in high school?
Yes, sir.
Now, while Megan was in foster care, were you aware that she had a child?
Yeah.
Okay. And who was that child?
That was Evelyn, my granddaughter.
All right. Do you remember when she was born?
I'm so nervous today. I can tell you the date if
All right. Just November 2018.
that's right.
Sound
Yeah.
about right? Okay. during this time that she was in foster care, were you working with DCS to get her back into your custody?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I done everything in my power.
What sorts of things were they having you do?
I'd meet the foster care parents on different weekends. We went to church events, different things like that. And then they finally let me get her on the weekends, and then she'd come over and stay.
All right. And she had Evelyn during this time with her?
No, Evelyn wasn't born then.
Okay. Did you do that after Evelyn was born?
Yeah.
Okay. Because Evelyn was born while she was in foster
Foster
care,
care,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did Megan or Maggie come back to live with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the exact dates, but it's after Evelyn was born.
All right. Okay. So Evelyn's born in November 2018.
Yes, sir.
So at some point in time after that?
I can't remember exactly the dates, but she was real little whenever they come back.
All right. And that's to when you say she came back, was that to your house there at Muddy Creek?
Muddy Creek, yeah.
Okay.
Megan and Evelyn come
Okay.
back. Like this.
So they were both living there with you. Who else was in the house all the time?
I had my little daughter and my son, and then my soon-to-be ex-wife was there, and she had her little boy part-time.
All right. When you say soon to be ex-wife, that's someone different than Angel, correct?
Yes, this is Ashley
Ashley. And when you say Ashley, what's her last name?
Rosenbaum.
Ashley Rosenbaum. Okay. Were the two of you married at that time or dating?
No, not that time. We were engaged.
Okay. All right. When Megan came back to live with you, was she working? Did you help her out? How did she support herself?
I supported her.
Okay.
I supported her when she's with them people.
All right.
Bought her whatever she needed and give her money and stuff.
Okay. Well, tell the jury, because we don't know what sorts of things did you do to help her out?
I give her money. She had my credit card number. She'd get stuff on it. I mean, if she needed anything, the baby needed anything, I seen to it they had it.
Okay. We heard some information that came out earlier today about Megan having a car. Did you have anything to do with that?
I bought her a brand new car, paid cash for it, get $20,000 cash for it, and her the title to it.
Did you help out with expenses for taking care of Evelyn
Yes, sir.
while she was living there?
Yeah, I bought everything while she was there. Bought diaper genies, just whatever baby needed.
So how long did Megan and Evelyn end up staying there at the house with you?
I don't know exactly. I don't want to lie to you. Just a few months. It wasn't that long.
Okay, just a few months.
Yeah.
Well, what happened that caused her not to be living with you anymore?
Not clean her room, to be honest with you. I mean, I had my two little ones. Ashley had her boy part-time. And then we had Megan and my granddaughter, and Megan didn't want to clean her room, and that's causing problems between me and her.
Okay. So did she leave your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did she go from there?
I think she went to my mom's for a few days, and then she she went up to the trailer park.
Judge, could I see exhibit number 1?
Should be diagram. I'm sorry.
Mr. Boswell, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as exhibit number 6. Do you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does that look like an accurate diagram of your property where you live out there on Muddy Creek? You recognize that?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. And if you're looking at the diagram up there at the top, it says Tommy Boswell trailer.
Yeah.
Is that where you were living? Is that
Yeah,
where you live?
that's a house. It's not
Okay.
a trailer.
Okay. And then down below that, what's labeled as residence, is that the trailer where your mom was
Yeah,
living?
that's where my mom lives.
Okay. So she left your place up at the top there, Tommy Boswell,
Mhm.
and then she moved just down, same piece of property, but there to
Yeah.
to where it shows as a residence.
Until her and Ashley got the trailer cleaned up and ready for her to move into it.
All right, thank you. Now, do you know how long she lived there at your mom's residence?
No, I don't, sir. I mean,
Was it a
I
long time?
stay,
Weeks, months?
no, maybe a week or two. It wasn't long.
So where did she go from there?
To the trailer,
Okay, when you say,
trailer park.
okay, did you or your son, family members own a trailer park?
Yeah.
You're referring to it as a trailer park,
Yeah.
but we don't
Yeah,
know what that is.
yeah. We owned a trailer park and we give her a trailer.
Okay, where was this trailer park located?
I can't think of that road.
Is it here in Sullivan County?
Yeah, sure, in Sullivan County. It's Sugar. I can't think the name of that road, sir.
Did you say Sugar?
I think it's Sugar something. Is it Sugar Holler?
Sugar Hollow, okay.
Is that the name of it?
Okay, well, I can't answer that. I'm asking questions, so
Okay.
you got to answer.
Yeah.
All right. So was that something you owned or your son owned? Or
My
who-
son owned.
Okay, your son owned. So how was it? Explain to me exactly what happened as far as Megan's living arrangements were concerned there at the trailer park.
What do you mean? She
Well,
didn't
I
have to pay no rent, no light bill. I mean, she didn't pay no bills. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking.
Okay, so you had a trailer out there and you let her go live there.
Yeah, and I paid all the bills.
Did she live there by herself or who lived there with her?
As far as I know, her and Evelyn.
Do you remember when this was that she moved into that trailer?
Goodness, no, I don't, sir.
Okay. Did you say,
All this stuff I've tried to put back in my brain and want to forget it. And I'm trying my best to remember it. And
well, I appreciate that. Okay. So she and Evelyn are living in this trailer by themselves out on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes. because-
yes, sir.
Okay.
So you shut your head.
Okay. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
If you need a minute, let us know.
I'm good.
Okay. Did you ever go out and see Megan and Evelyn when they lived there at the trailer?
A few times.
Did you see the condition of the trailer, what it looked like?
Most time I'd stay outside. She'd come outside to be pretty because I'd look around, pick up garbage and stuff.
So
But a couple times I went in, but not that much.
um, did she have Evelyn with her?
Yeah.
When you were out there? Okay. So did there come a point in time at which you realized Megan was no longer living there in the trailer?
Yeah.
Do you remember when that was?
Nah, I don't remember the dates.
Did you do something as a result of the fact that Megan was no longer?
Oh,
living
yeah,
there?
I told her, I said, if you're not going to live there, I said, you need to let us know. I said, we need to rent that.
And did you do something?
Yeah, I told her, I said, if you're going to live with Hunter, I said, you can move your stuff out.
And did she do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have to clean it out or do anything to it before you could re-rent the trailer?
Dave's a guy worked with us. He took care of the park, as you say. He got free rent and he cleaned it up and done stuff like that and mowed.
Well, do you remember what the condition of the trailer was when Megan moved out?
It was pretty dirty.
Did he have to do anything or did you have to pay to have anything done to the trailer to be able to re-rent it?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
Just cleaned all the furniture and stuff out and cleaned it up, and they had to replace some of the floor, which was bad.
Did Megan leave anything behind in the trailer or, you know? Did she take her, well, let me ask you this way. Did she take all her stuff with her?
I didn't go through the trailer.
Okay. This
So-
guy that you hired.
Hired, he did, and I told him, I said, whatever's left, she said she didn't want, and I said, there's a truck there, load it in the truck, take it to landfill. That's what we done. Whoever moved out, we clean them out. That's what we do.
So you loaded up a bunch of stuff in the truck and hauled it out, or had this guy do that?
Yeah. Mhm.
Do you know where Megan was staying? You said that she was no longer living
She's
in your
supposed to have
trailer.
been living with Hunter.
Okay. Was that Hunter Wood?
Yes.
All right. Was that, as far as you know, was that her boyfriend at the
Yeah.
time?
Yeah.
Okay. Had you met Hunter?
Not at that time, I don't think.
Okay. Do you remember when the first time that you met Hunter was?
Goodness. It was either when she come up Earth Angel to get my two little ones, or when we went to Gatlinburg for Christmas, or Pigeon Fords.
Okay. So you went with, well, let me ask you this. Who did you go to? Pigeon Forge with?
Hunter and my son and his family, and me and my family, and Megan and Hunter went.
And when was that again?
That was the day after Christmas or the day before Christmas. I can't remember exactly.
All right. So it's around Christmas.
Mhm.
You met Hunter.
Yeah.
Who was he there with Megan?
I could have met him before that and don't remember now. I don't lie to you, but that's the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Did your trip there at Pigeon Forge, did Megan have Evelyn with her at the time?
No, sir.
Did that seem unusual to you?
Yes, I asked her
You asked her what?
where Evelyn's at.
Okay. Did she tell you?
Said that Ethan had her.
Do you know who Ethan was?
Yeah, I met Ethan. He's a nice young man. I thought a lot of Ethan.
And who did you think Ethan was at that time? Or who did she say Ethan was?
Well, they used to date,
Okay.
but she said Ethan was the father.
Okay.
And he wanted to see Evelyn. He'd been in the army. So I said, I'm going to stand back. If he's going to man up and want to see his child, I'm going to let him see her for a while. Then after a while, I said, enough's enough. It's my turn.
Okay. So at that time, when you went on this trip, she told you Evelyn's with Ethan.
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that was a good thing.
Yeah. I mean,
After this trip to Pigeon Forge, did you see Megan after Christmas?
here or there, very rarely.
I'm sorry. could you
Just
see-
here or there, not that much.
Here, there. Okay. Did you see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Did you ever, in those times that you saw Megan after Christmas, did you ever ask her, hey,
Yes, I asked her numerous times.
and what did she tell you?
She kept coming up different stories and different lies.
Okay. Well, what was she telling you?
First, it was Ethan had her. No, first, oh, let me back up. I'm sorry. Hunter's mom was watching her. And then she come off with Ethan had her. And after it went on for a while, I said, I'm gonna do something about this. Well, she told me that Ethan wouldn't give her back. I said, hey, let's go get an attorney. I said, he can see his daughter, but I said, he's not taking her.
Okay. What did she say when you told her that?
I can't remember the exact words. She said, Dad, give me a day or two or something. She said, I'll get her or something. And just lie after lie.
Any point in time did you ever see Evelyn?
No, last time I seen her was on Thanksgiving, sir.
Okay. So at some point, did you make an ultimatum to Megan about seeing your granddaughter?
Yeah, I told her and I told her mom.
What did you tell her?
It was on a weekend. Oh, excuse me. I said, come Monday morning, which I told this to her mom. I said, come high hell water. I said, I'm going to get on the phone. I said, I'm going to find my granddaughter. I said, I don't care what I got to do. I said, I want to know what's going on. I said, enough's enough. And that's when I got on the phone and made the phone call.
All right.
That Monday morning.
And did you talk with, who did you talk with?
I don't know. I can't remember all their names.
Was it somebody at DCS,
Yes, sir.
Department of Children's Services?
Mhm.
Okay. And what did you tell them?
I just told him, I told you I hadn't seen my granddaughter and I was worried about her.
Did you tell them how long it had been since you'd seen
Yeah,
your
yeah.
granddaughter?
And then, I think they got me in touch with that Miss Constance, said her name.
Well, I can't answer questions from you, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Boswell.
sorry,
So
but I
if you
can't
remember,
remember
that's
everybody's
fine. If you
name,
don't, that's fine as well.
I think it's her name is Constance. Right.
And Constance, does she work at DCS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked to her about, again,
Yeah.
the fact that you had not seen Evelyn.
Mhm.
What happened after you made this report to the Department of Children's Services?
It was long. The detectives was up there, best I can remember.
All right. So after you report it, then you start meeting law enforcement officers
Yes,
to
sir.
come to talk to you.
Yep.
Okay. Did you cooperate with them?
I 100%.
All right.
100%. Whatever they needed done or searched or done, I give them permission to do anything.
Did they come out there to your place, your property out there on
Yes,
Muddy
sir.
Creek?
Mhm.
All right. Now, this was sometime in February of 2020. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Did you keep up? Obviously, at that point in time, you realized something was going on, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you, as time went on, continue to talk to and cooperate with law enforcement? Talk to them about what was going on?
Mhm.
Keep in touch with them?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We stayed in touch.
All right. Now, do you remember on March the 6th of 2020, calling the TBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was the reason that you called them on that day?
Me and Ashley was talking. Her and Megan used to switch phones all the time.
Okay. Hold on. If you could, I think Mr. Scott had trouble hearing what you said.
Trouble hearing the person.
If you could start over and repeat what you just said.
About Ashley and her switching phones.
Well,
Which part?
I think the beginning part of it.
Oh, when I called TBI?
Yes.
Okay, well, before that, me and Ashley was talking. They used to switch their phones all the time.
Okay. When you say they, are you talking about
But Megan and Ashley, they'd switch their iPhones and trade backwards and forwards. Okay. And I told Ashley, I said, call that TBI guy back and tell him he can have that phone. There might be something on that phone. Because I prayed and prayed and I mean, done everything I could to help them. And they come back and got the phone.
Okay.
When they got the phone, they got to the gate and I asked Ashley, I said, what about that stuff Megan put in down there in Dad's building? She said, I don't know. I said, well, call them back and tell them to go down there and look in it.
Okay. All right. And did you all call them back?
Yeah, Ashley did.
Okay. And as a result of calling them back, did law enforcement then return to your property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do once they arrived there at your property?
I told them about the building because I come in one day and I remember seeing her car backed up to the building and the door raised.
I'm sorry, could I see Exhibit 6 again? Sorry, Judge. All right. Mr. Boswell, you see Exhibit 6, what's been previously introduced to Exhibit 6 again.
Yes, sir.
All right. There's a laser pointer right there when you're standing up on your stand, witness stand right there.
This?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you push the button, can you describe a vehicle being backed up next to the shed? Can you on there point where?
This one right here.
Okay. You've indicated on there what's
right there. It's got a roll up door.
All right. That's the one directly below what's listed as residence.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And so after you showed that to the law enforcement?
We went down there, I rolled the door up. There's a pile full of stuff. And as I was walking away, I saw there's her playhouse back there Dad had built for her. They said, can we look at that? And I said, do what you need to do.
Okay. Let's back up just a second. When you rolled the door up to the shed,
Mhm.
all right, you saw stuff in there.
Just clothes and miscellaneous stuff like
Alright.
that.
Had you at any time in the months leading up to that been in that shed at all, or had anybody been in that shed to your knowledge?
That one there where her clothes are at, yeah, sometimes we're in and out that one because we got some stuff we keep.
All right. So after you look in that building, where do you take law enforcement, or where do you?
I showed them where to, let me show you on the thing.
Yes, if you don't care.
I can't really see it from here. It's right there,
Okay. Is that what's been
That-
marked as
that
playhouse?
playhouse.
All right.
Yeah, as I was walking away, I said, that's the playhouse my dad had built for Megan.
And when was that built for Megan?
See, we moved there in 03, probably around 04, 05. He built a barn. And when he got done building the barn, he had some leftover lumber and they made he built a playhouse out of it.
All right. And that was built just for Megan?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else ever use it or play in it, or?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And again, in the months leading up to sheriff's office showing up there, had anybody been in that playhouse?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. All right. Your property, Mr. Boswell,
Mhm.
in order to get onto the property, is there any gates or?
Yeah, I got a
anything for-
fence and a gate.
Okay. And what do you have to do in order to get past that
It's
gate?
like a key fob, remote control. You just push it, the gate opens.
And if you don't have the key fob, you can't open the gate.
No, but you can walk around it.
Okay. You can't drive. You can't
No,
drive.
no. There's no way you get on my property.
Okay.
No,
Did
gate ain't open.
did Megan have a key fob?
Yes,
So she could get onto the property if she wanted to.
yes,
Did you ever give a key fob to Hunter?
no,
Did you ever see Hunter up on your property without Megan?
no.
Mr. Boswell, do you remember giving permission? I know you said you cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes,
You remember giving permission to the sheriff's office to film the entrance to your property with a drone to show the location of that gate and where the shed and playhouse were?
yes, sir. Yeah, I remember.
Okay. And do you remember reviewing that drone footage prior to coming into court here today?
Yes, sir.
And did that footage accurately show the location of where your gate was, the trailer on the property, as well as the
Yeah,
shed?
yeah, no,
playhouse?
yeah, yes, sir. Nothing's changed.
Judge, there's a video drone footage that Mr. Boswell's identified. I'm going to move to make that an exhibit, and we'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Any objection? So the full exhibit number 48. You just went away. You did something. I mean, I don't think you did it. Just before you stood up, it went away. Hold on.
We're back.
Yeah, I can see it.
tell them what to do.
Judge, I think I'm just gonna,
I'm gonna turn Zoom on. Let's see if that helps. Hold on just a second.
Mr. Boswell, in the video that was shown, the trailer was labeled Omami's
Yeah,
residence.
yeah, that's right.
Just so we're clear, the jury doesn't get confused.
Yeah,
Omami,
yeah.
What, who is that or what? is
That's
that?
my mom.
Okay. Is that a nickname that?
Yeah,
Megan
it's a
had?
nickname.
Okay.
We always start calling her.
Okay. So that's where she lived.
Yeah.
Mr. Boswell, at any point in time, did you ever see, or did Megan ever come up to your property with Hunter and have Evelyn with her?
No. Not that I can remember of, no.
Okay.
Because the last time I seen Evelyn was on Thanksgiving.
Mr. Boswell, one other thing that was shown in the drone footage there,
Mhm.
there was a camper that was sitting in front of
Mhm.
the trailer. That camper was not sitting there
No,
back
then,
in
no,
2020.
no,
Is that
no,
right?
That's right.
Okay. But everything else as far as
Everything else is actually the same.
positions for the
Yeah,
buildings,
other than the camp.
that was accurate. Thank you, Mr. Boswell. If you would,
Okay,
answer any
you're welcome.
questions Mr. Scott has. for me.
Can I get some water, please? Something to drink.
Tell you what, before you start, let's take our morning break. We'll take about 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
One stand, please. Maybe seated back.
Mr. Boswell, during this break, you're instructed not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss your testimony with you.
Okay,
You can step down. We'll get you a ball.
okay, thank you.
Judge, just so the court's aware.
Hey guys, Preston Ayers, News 5 WCYB. We're going to hop on here just real quick. If you're watching in the live stream, wondering what happened to the sound, you can see in the background there, we are in a recess at the moment. We'll sort of clean that up there for just a second as well. We are in a recess. They're taking which is kind of customary this time of day. They take about a 10-minute a break somewhere around 10:30. If you cover court, they give the jury a chance to step out, stretch their legs. You were hearing Tommy Boswell, Megan Boswell's father, testifying. He asked for some water. Once they start to file back into the courtroom, we'll of course get you right back in there. But if you haven't been following along all morning, I'm going to kind of take you back through what we've seen here on day number 2. It began really the court day began before the jury was in there when the judge made that ruling to allow the defense to play the video of the interview of Megan Boswell with the TBI and Sullivan County Sheriff's Department detectives there back in the early part of this investigation in February, I believe, of 2020 is when this would have been taken there at the sheriff's office. And in that video, which we'll have some more clips of this coming up, you can see if you haven't seen it, you can either scroll back or we'll have it for you, some of it on the air on our noon newscast coming up at noon today. But Megan Boswell talks to the investigators about baby Evelyn and the fact that she knew at that point all along that she was dead. She described her body and that she had woke up, found her in her words in that video, that she wasn't breathing. And that she believed that someone may have rolled over on her or that she had died when they were sleeping in the bed, and that she gave the body, she wrapped her in a fleece blanket. We've heard a lot about that fleece blanket that she was found in that trash can in the playhouse. She wrapped her in that blanket and then had given her to her boyfriend, who she described in there, and that he took the body somewhere. She didn't know where it went to. She didn't know she had been crying. This is what she was saying in the video to the TBI officers and the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. And of course, they're pressing her to help find the body. And she said he could be under a dock house or some lake property that belonged to the boyfriend there, is where it could, or the boyfriend's family is where they could possibly be, but she didn't know. So that's where the defense had asked for that video to be able to be played. The judge, that's what was the legal issue yesterday that caused our delay at about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. They were able to bring that in and play that video. We talked about that. He went on to talk about how that he was found. And then from that point, the defense stopped their questioning. We're into the second witness now the prosecution has called, and we see Tommy Boswell, that is Megan Boswell's father, on the stand. He just finished the first direct examination with the prosecution. The defense gets their chance for their cross-examination coming up here. He asked for a drink of water or something to drink there. That's what led to the break, and that break's continuing on right now. Tommy Boswell described his relationship obviously had been strained with Megan throughout, and she at one point had ended up in foster care. She was living, according to Tommy Boswell, with her mother, and she had grown up most of the time, according to the testimony, with his parents. Megan's grandparents is where she lived much of her childhood. They're on kind of the same Boswell property, even where Evelyn's body was found, just in another house there on the property. But she had lived most of the time with her mother, and then had ended up in foster care, according to Tommy, for not going to school. And it's while she was in foster care that she gave birth to Evelyn. I believe they're getting ready to get back into the courtroom. We'll stop here and take you back in as we continue our live stream coverage of the Megan Boswell trial. Well, they may not be starting back just yet. The jury not back in there. We'll invite you to join us coming up on News 5 at noon at the top of the hour. We'll have complete coverage. Our Kristen Kwan will be able to step out at that point and have more on what's happened in the courtroom today. That's coming up over on television on News 5 beginning today at noon. Of course, our streaming coverage continues here on all of our platforms digitally as we continue to cover the Megan Boswell trial in day number 2 and now witness number 2 in testimony.
Boswell, 2 felony convictions. They are dated, they're dated 9/24/2014. They're entered, I guess, 10/1/14, so that would be the working date the judgments were entered against him. One is for, sorry, I had the wrong judgments. I separated. Let me start over with that. I propose to impeach him with 2 felony convictions, one from aggravated assault, judgment entered 12/11/14, and one for kidnapping, entered 10/1/14. Obviously, those are over the 10-year time limit, but I would suggest that the court, given that the delay in this trial caused in large part because of COVID. This started in COVID, and if you remember when this started, I think the court was trying no cases. And I think the docket really, nothing was being tried for several months there afterward. Ms. Boswell did have a counsel change, but as I recall, I came in on the first day. I set this trial date and never asked for another continuance. My approach?
Yeah.
Well, Judge, that is outside the 10-year
Well,
time period.
Here's the time period. Evidence of the conviction of this rule is not admissible if a period of more than 10 years has elapsed between the date of release from confinement and commencement of the action or prosecution. If the witness was not confined, the 10-year period is measured from the day of conviction rather than release. It looks to me like prosecution was commenced February 25th, 2020. Right? That's when the
Yes,
affidavit
yes.
of complaint was signed. And that would be the commencement of the action.
Yes.
So 10 years from 12/11/14 will be 12/11/24.
Yes.
Basic math. That means that for purposes of Rule 609, it's within the 10-year period. Because it says you got straight probation, so there was no period of confinement. So you go from the date of conviction. Well, the judge signed it on 12/11/14. Sentence was imposed on 12/9/14. So 2/25/2020 is within the 10 years. Jim, are you following my logic?
I yes, Judge.
So these are both felony convictions. They appear to fall within 10 years as contemplated by Rule 609 B. So you'll be allowed to ask about this.
Thank you.
Now, I do expect you to follow 609 You ask him, if he says yes, that's the end of it. If he says no, then
Just so I'm clear, I can ask about each offense. I can ask if you're convicted of kidnapping on this date, you're convicted of aggravated assault.
yes. Do you want Mr. Boswell back to the witness stand? Now, are we ready to proceed?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes. Did we get him a bottle of water?
I think so. Didn't you?
My wife complained last night because I looked all hunched over all the time. She's like, sit up straight. The problem is I can't see if I don't hunch over. I hunch over because it gets the distance from my reading glasses. Did you get some more?
If you don't care. All right. Yeah, I left it in the room. I didn't know to bring it back in.
All right. We ready to proceed, Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Jim?
Yes, sir.
If the jury's ready to bring me in.
I'm gonna close this if that's okay. One stand, please.
Thanks, sir.
You may be seated. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Boswell. My name's Gene Scott. I represent your daughter.
Good morning.
How are you today?
Same better.
Understand. Got just a couple of things I want to ask you. I guess initially, you were convicted in this court of aggravated assault on December the 9th, 2014, felony offense.
What's that got to do with this case, sir?
Yes or no?
You
Yes.
answer this question.
And likewise, you were convicted of kidnapping on 9/24/2014 in this court of a felony offense. Is that correct?
I took a plea bargain on it, yeah,
Were you convicted?
because I took a plea bargain. I didn't take it forward. But since 2012, I've not had a speeding ticket.
Well,
Yeah.
Sir, you were convicted in 2014. You said since 2012 you haven't done anything.
2014. No, that was 2012.
I don't think this line of questions.
I wasn't convicted of nothing in 14.
All right, we're gonna move on.
I was not convicted of nothing in 14.
He was.
We had a jury out hearing about what he could ask as far as that was concerned. Now we're
Who's
just going into-
ahead, Mr. You can-
Mr. Boswell, I want to ask you just a few questions, to follow up on your direct examination testimony.
Yes, sir.
Initially, I'll just start going backwards. We saw that drone video of your property. When was that taken? Do you know?
He stated the date. I don't remember dates and times.
That was taken after this investigation
Yeah,
had commenced.
Yeah.
Correct, after Evelyn's body had been found, obviously.
Yeah.
And talked about you have a gate
yes, sir.
clicker, and I think you volunteered in your direct testimony that appeared on the drone video. If someone wanted to walk into that property, they just have to walk around the fence. It's not, you could walk in there.
Yeah,
easily.
you can walk in there.
It's not secured that someone couldn't walk in there.
Right.
And you said that Megan had a opener to the gate.
Yeah.
What kind of openers are those?
It's like a little key fob thing, and you stick them on your sun visor, just like your garage door opener, sort of.
Okay. And that was something she kept in her car?
Yeah.
So anyone who had her car would potentially have that. Is that reasonable?
Yep, somebody had her car.
You talked about a day that you saw Megan backed up to that yard barn with her trunk open.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her that day?
No, I was in a hurry. My boy, I think, had a seizure or something going on, and I had to get back up the hill to take care of him. But as I drove by, I seen her car backed up to that building with the door that rolled up and the trunk open. But I never seen her,
Didn't see her, just the car.
just the car.
Also, you talked about Megan telling you at some point that Hunter's mom was babysitting Evelyn. Do you remember that?
Mhm.
Was Hunter present for that conversation?
No, not that I remember.
Not that you can remember, or do you know, one way or the other?
I don't think so, sir. I don't want to lie to you, but I don't
Appreciate
think so.
Were you present for all the searches conducted by law enforcement on your property?
Most time, yeah.
How many searches were conducted on your property?
Just the one, I think.
You don't recall a search on February 23rd of 20?
That's when they brought the dog out, I think.
Okay. Who brought the dog?
TBI guy, I guess. I don't know who he was.
And that was prior to Evelyn's body being found.
Yeah, that's before.
And obviously, they didn't find anything that day.
No,
Did you watch them run the dog?
not really. I watched some of it. I mean,
Okay. Did you see the dog pass in proximity to the playhouse?
they was mainly concerned down in there in that bottom where it's filled in at and the back, like that farm
Mm-hmm.
that joins my property back around in there.
They searched the whole property though, didn't they?
I don't think they brought the dog on top of the hill. I don't know. I didn't watch them the whole time.
You didn't watch it? You
No, when they got the dog out, that's where they were at, down there in the bottom. And then I turned around doing something else.
You talked on your direct examination about how Megan come to move out of your home.
Mhm.
There's some kind of discord, I guess, with you, her, Ashley, about the way she kept her room.
Yes, sir.
Did you kick her out, basically?
No, I didn't kick her out.
What'd you do?
She went to my mother's, and I had a trailer waiting on her that her and my soon-to-be ex-wife Ashley cleaned up and got ready for her to move into.
Now, I want to talk to you about the dollhouse. Like you're the one that suggested that the law enforcement that they should search that. Is that right?
How all I got started was about the phone. Me and Ashley's talking about the phone. They come and got the phone, and then me and Ashley kept talking. I said, "What about that stuff Megan put down there in Dad's building?" So she called them back. They come back, went down there, and as I was leaving, I said, "Oh, there's the playhouse Dad had built for her too."
But just to be clear, you didn't see Megan put anything in the building. You saw her car.
I just seen her car,
Not
and the
Megan.
trunk was wrecked. I didn't see nobody.
Had you,
I was more concerned about my son. I had to go get his medicine because he had a seizure.
oh, the day you saw the car?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
I understand.
So I was getting it up the hill to take care of him.
And had you never thought, when did you start to suspect the child could be on your property?
I didn't expect child on my property.
Why did you call him to come down to the yard barn?
To see if there's a clue in that stuff she put in the building. Because I worked right hand in hand with law enforcement that tried to help them every way I could.
When's the last time you were in that dollhouse?
I couldn't tell you, sir. It's been years.
It's been years since you've been in.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you when's the last time I've been in that dollhouse. Half them buildings down there, I don't go in.
How big is your property?
11 acres, 10.9 acres to be exact.
How close is that dollhouse to your house?
It's about 600 feet away, 700.
Close to your mother's house?
Yep.
You go see your mother often?
But when I go to my mom's, she could go into the back because she can't get up down her steps. So I cut her spot out around the back. So she go in the back, not to climb the steps. So we're going out the back.
But you were down there at your mom's during that time frame, weren't you?
Not that much sometimes.
Okay, have 1 second, Judge. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Boswell.
You ready?
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go, or does he need to remain under?
I would say under subpoena, Judge, we would ask that he not watch the trial or talk about it.
We expected that. As far as
Mr.
that's
Boswell, you're finished with your testimony for now.
Okay,
You are
sir.
being subject to recall.
Okay.
So you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness or allow any witness to discuss their testimony with you. You specifically ordered not to watch the live cast.
Okay. Oh, I never watched TV anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, next.
State would call Austin Feller.
Morning, Mr. Fellers.
Morning.
When, you don't know when you moved in as a trailer park?
It's been so long, I couldn't really give you an exact date.
Without giving me an exact date, was it before or after Christmas of 2019?
I think after. I think so.
Do you remember what the weather was like when you were cleaning out the trailer?
It was warm.
It was warm,
Yes.
so probably
Probably
February
before Christmas, and if it was warm.
before Christmas, if it was warm. How much before Christmas?
I like I said, I couldn't give you an exact date or anything like that. I just knew that it was pretty warm outside. I didn't really need much of a coat, just some long sleeves or, you know.
You never met Megan.
No, sir.
So the pictures, you took those contemporaneous with cleaning it out.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Just because it was the worst thing I've ever seen. I've never cleaned out a place like that, looked like that.
Just wanted to show people what it looks like.
Well, to show Tommy and them, because they didn't step inside or go inside. They just wanted it cleaned. So gave those pictures to them.
Thank you so much.
Sir.
Nothing further, Judge. I don't think, Judge, I think he can be released.
Mr. Feller, thank you for your testimony today. You're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
State to call James Lewis. LEWIS, yes.
Raise your right hand, sir. State your name.
James Lewis.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, all truth, and the truth.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
You are James Lewis, is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Lewis, where are you employed?
With the Department of Children's Services.
What is your current assignment there?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the department in the Division of Child Protective Services.
How long have you been employed by, we call it DCS for short?
Yeah.
All right. How long have you been employed there?
I've been with DCS for 6.5 years now.
Back in February, specifically February 18th of 2020, what was your assignment with the department at that time?
Yeah, so my role with the department during that time was an investigator to investigate reports that we received in Child Protective Services.
So in other words, well, maybe explain for the jury how that process works as far as you're referring to allegations of child abuse.
Yes,
Is that right?
correct.
Okay, so if you
Yes.
would kind of educate the jury a little bit about how that process works.
So the department receives referrals of reports of abuse or neglect. We receive a report from our Nashville office that receives the intake, then it gets sent over to the worker. And then from there, we review the report, the allegations that came into the report, and then we start following our policy and procedures that can be found, outlined in 14.6 for policy and procedures, and start investigating, doing internet checks and background searches, and really just start notifying important personnel that need to be involved in the case. For example, like our Child Protective Investigation Team in Sullivan County.
Back on February 18th, 2020, did you get a referral that was made on a 15-month-old child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes,
All right. And was that particular referral assigned to you?
it was.
Okay. For purposes only of explaining why you did what you did, what was the nature of the abuse allegation?
The allegations in the report.
Yes. All right. If you would,
Go ahead.
go ahead.
The allegations that came into the report that day state a lack of supervision and physical abuse.
In regards to Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Evelyn
correct?
Boswell, yes.
Okay. So after you get the referral, what's the first step you take after that?
Typically, the first step when we receive these reports is we would reach out to the person that made the report, and then we would see if there was any additional information that needed to be added or to clarify the report in general. And then from there, my next step was to reach out to any collateral contacts and notify our Child Protective Investigation Team partners.
Okay. You used a term or a phrase, collateral contacts. For those of us who don't know, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so a collateral contact would be someone that lives outside the home, anybody that would have information to the report. That's what we refer to whenever I say collateral contact.
You've identified, and we've talked about the fact that this referral involved Evelyn Boswell. Were you able to identify who the parents of the child were?
I was able to understand that, come to learn that the parents of Evelyn Boswell was, only to my knowledge at that point in time, it was Megan Boswell, the mother, was the parent.
All right. And did you attempt to locate where Megan Boswell was at that time?
Yes.
Okay. As part of your file there at DCS, do you all obtain birth certificates or other documents that would, I guess, identify who the parents of the child were?
Yes,
And did you, in this case, obtain a copy of Evelyn's birth certificate
I did.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you a document and ask you if you can identify it. What is it, sir?
So this is the certificate of live birth for Evelyn May Boswell, child.
Okay. Is that the birth certificate that you obtained of Evelyn for this
Yes.
particular case?
It is.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit. I believe it's 57.
No objection. 57.
All right. Mr. Lewis, you indicated that you were able to learn where Megan Boswell was that particular time. Did you then, what was the next step in your investigation?
Once I received information from Detective Tracy Jerez, who I was working the case with, that she had sent patrol officers out to the home that Megan Boswell was living at to see if Megan was there, and that she had received information that Megan had just arrived at the home. And then from that point in time, Detective Tracy Jerez and myself decided to go to the home to speak with Megan Boswell.
Okay. And where was this home?
The address is 217 Sandy Point Drive, or Sandy Point Street, Bluntville, Tennessee.
And just generally, where is that located?
It's in Bluntville. It wasn't
Okay.
far from my office. I couldn't give you.
Okay, it's here in Sullivan County.
Yes, in Sullivan County.
All right, did it take you all long to get there?
No, it did not take us that long.
Okay. What did you find when you arrived there at that address?
So when we pulled into the address, we saw the patrol officers with Megan Boswell in the garage of the home.
What kind of, just generally describe what kind of home this is for the jury.
The home is it's a 2-story house. It had a basement, larger, more of a typical subdivision type home. From the outside, the appearance, it was very well kept. It was a typical home that you would find in maybe one of your more newer built subdivisions, is the way I would describe it.
All right. So you arrive, Miss Boswell is there at the residence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Anybody else there present with her?
Outside of myself, Detective Tracy Jerez, and the patrol officers, no.
Was Evelyn there with her?
No.
Okay. What did you do next as far as your investigation was concerned?
My next steps was to notify Megan Boswell of the report that the Department of Children's Services received, the allegations in the report, and to conduct some inquiry as to where Evelyn was, and to ask questions concerning Evelyn, to check on her well-being and her safety. So I initiated the conversation to learn where Evelyn was and to see if we could observe Evelyn to ensure that she was safe and that she was okay.
Specifically, did you ask Miss Boswell where Evelyn was at that particular time?
I did.
Okay, and what was her response?
Megan informed myself and Detective Tracy Jerez that Evelyn was with Ethan Perry.
Did you know who Ethan Perry was at that time?
At that time, it come to my knowledge that he was the alleged father of Evelyn Boswell.
Did Miss Boswell tell you that?
Yes. She did tell me that Evelyn was with her dad.
Did Megan give you any sort of contact information for how you could get in touch with Ethan?
She did not.
What was her demeanor while you were talking to her about her daughter?
The way I would describe Megan's demeanor, it wasn't much affect. When I say that, I would say there wasn't much emotion as concern. I didn't notice any concern when speaking with Megan. She just stuck at that point in time to telling us that Evelyn was with Ethan, and then from there, I asked her to show me, of course, evidence that a child had been with her.
Okay. All right. So did you go inside the house with her? How did you do that?
She invited me into the home and walked me through the home. Nothing at that point in time appeared to be observable to be outside of a typical home. I didn't see any safety concerns as far as what we may consider a safety concern for a child at that age. She walked me. I asked to see a crib or a pack and play. She said that those items were elsewhere, that she didn't have any of those items. She proceeded to lead me to the bedroom where she could show me some items of Evelyn's. And so I followed her to the bedroom.
All right. And did you observe any items?
I asked her what items she did have. She proceeded to tell me that she had an outfit and what she called a memory box.
You said an outfit. Was that one singular outfit?
I observed one outfit, yes.
Do you see any other baby items, diapers,
No.
anything like that?
After she showed me the memory box and opened it to observe some items in it and the outfit that was still on the hanger, it was new and it hadn't been worn. And she took me downstairs to show me a sippy cup.
Okay. And did you take a photograph or a picture of these items that she showed you?
I did.
All right. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to hand you 4 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they photos of?
This first photo is the photograph of what she described as the sippy cup.
That's fine. Go to the next one.
And then the next photo I'm looking at is the bedroom that she reported to be staying in with Preston Wood.
All right. The next one.
The next photo is the photo of the what she described as the memory box.
Okay. Is there one more?
And the next photo is the outfit that she showed to me.
All right.
On the hanger.
And do you recognize those as being the photos that you took that day while you were in the residence?
Yes.
And are they true and accurate photos of what you saw?
Yes.
Especially we've moved to make those exhibits 58 and 61. Judge, I'm going to ask to publish those if I could. Mr. Lewis, I'm showing what's exhibit 58. What is that photo of?
This is a photo of the cup that Megan Boswell informed me that Evelyn Boswell would drink from.
Is that the only kind of dish or spoon or item of silverware that she showed you that
Yes.
belonged to Evelyn? Now looking at exhibit 59, what's that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of Megan Boswell standing in the room where she reported to be living with Preston Wood.
Did you observe any items, any baby items, toys, clothing, anything else in that room?
No.
Now looking at exhibit 60, what is that?
That is the box that Megan Boswell has showed to me. uh, That she described as the memory box with items of a rattler, handprint, and footprints of Evelyn.
Did you take any of these items at this time, or did you just take photographs of it?
I just took photographs.
And now showing you exhibit 61.
This is a photograph of the outfit that Megan showed me belonged or was Evelyn's, but it was still on the hangers and had tags on it. It's new.
Okay. Tailed off a little bit there. Did you say it still had tags on it?
Yes.
Any other items of children's clothing that she was able to show you?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed your lunch is here, so we're gonna stop. We'll be back at 1:15. Mr. Lewis, I'm going to instruct you not to discuss your testimony, any other witness, or allow any witness to discuss the testimony with you, not walking in the last room of the trial. Can you cut that now? And, come back on.
Yes, sir.
So one stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Give recess to You may be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis.
Afternoon.
I think where we left off, we had just talked about the photos of the items that you took pictures of at the residence where you located Miss Boswell. After you met and talked with her there, what did you do next as part of your investigation?
So after we spoke with Megan Boswell, we had received information of the address of Ethan Perry, where he would maybe be staying. And so Detective Faraz and I proceeded to go to the home of his address.
And what did you find when you arrived there?
Ethan was not there. We had spoke to his parents and tried to inquire more information to the whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
Did you find Evelyn there?
No.
All right. So what did you do after that?
From there, after we spoke to Ethan's parents, we proceeded to go back to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, where we met with Megan Boswell to talk to her.
Okay.
more.
And who was present there at the sheriff's office when you spoke to Miss Boswell?
It was myself and Detective Perez.
And where did you talk with her?
There's an interview room at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and we spoke to her in the interview room.
And is that here in Blumpville, Sullivan
Yes,
County?
Sullivan County.
Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to watch that interview that you did with Detective Faraz?
Yes.
And what you reviewed, was that a true and accurate depiction of the interview that you had with Miss Boswell back on February 18th?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to introduce that as Exhibit 62. All right, and if I could, I'd like to play and publish that to the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, this video that you're about to watch has what I'm going to call subtitles on it. Those are to aid you on the actual evidence is what's said in the video. Does everybody understand that?
Well, we're back. Hello. Ethan does not have the baby.
Then I don't know where she's at, so she's home yet or left.
He has not seen that baby since he was down here for Christmas.
He has seen her. I promise you, yeah.
And he went back to where is he at?
Fort Polk.
Are you sure he didn't take her with him? Well, I don't know what he did with her.
Does that not concern you?
I mean, yeah, but like, you all don't know at all where she is.
No.
Well, what can we do?
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Can you put out like an Amber Alert or something?
When is the last time you've seen her?
I guess more than a couple weeks ago, it was around January.
Well, he went back. January the 1st. And he did not take her with him.
Well, then I don't know. I really don't like, what do you do when your child's missing?
And you told us you were gonna meet him tomorrow in Colonial Heights. Now, what was that about?
I was gonna try to contact him and get him to meet me.
You said you lived in Memorial Boulevard.
That's where the last time that I like went to go see her was.
How she got contact? You said that you didn't have the phone number.
I was gonna try to message him from Hunter's cell, get ahold of him.
Well, we were able to contact him and talk to him. And he said that the last time he seen her was, you come up and seen him in late November, early December,
And he came back up in December.
right? And then you came over New Year's, and you didn't bring the baby because she had the flu.
I did have her with me. Me and Hunter went because Ethan got her some Christmas stuff.
You didn't have her with you because she had the flu
I
and
didn't have
because of the
her.
grandmother.
I didn't have her with me.
He says you didn't.
Well, I did. I don't care what he's telling you, I did.
So when did the exchange happen? Where did you drop that one off of you? That you're saying it was happening?
It must have been a couple days after that.
New Year's.
It was before New Year's because me and Hunter didn't have her on New Year's. Me and Hunter went to a party on New Year's.
So how long you and Hunter been together?
A couple months. Are you gonna put on an or anything, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, my supervisors are on their way.
Okay.
And what was the conversation like that you had with Ethan, that you dropped her off?
Well, I mean, he was really hateful with me because Hunter was there. He wouldn't even let me like pull up the driveway, drop her off, maybe walk it up.
Walk in
The driveway.
what kind of relationship do you and you have now? As far as,
What do you mean?
are you able to communicate? Are you?
I mean, no, not really. He does not want to talk to me about anything ever. He's been that way since me and her got together. He barely talks to me.
Have you communicated through text messages or anything like that? You've not sent him any text messages?
I've tried to call him, he does not answer me.
Have you tried through text messages to contact him?
Yeah, but he's not responding. I mean, I'll leave him off on his phone. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. I mean, I've tried to text him, he's not responding. I've left him voicemails and stuff. He just does not answer, does not call back.
And what do you ask him in these text messages or voicemails you're leaving?
Well, I've been like, hey, can you call me? I want to see her. He just does not call back.
And do you see your real mom?
My room on?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
I was just wondering if she still live on West Cartersville?
she's not there right now. I really don't know where she's at. She's gonna go to her hotel for the night.
If, let's just say, if Ethan was to leave the baby with somebody, who would he leave it with?
I mean, I really don't know because, like, I know when Ethan was in the army, he did not talk to his family. And really, when he was gone in the army and I had Evelyn, we really didn't talk much. Which is why we're not together now. I mean, he just go like months and weeks without talking to me. never really helped me out with her the whole time that I had her and he was in the army. So I mean, I really don't know who he talks to, who he fools around with or nothing.
He didn't talk to his grandfather or the one,
I mean, I guess he did when he came up here, but like, as far as I knew, anytime that like, they tried to contact him, he just didn't respond. This guy named Paul is not his grandfather, but it's like his step grandfather, and he would like, all the time ask me about Ethan, and Ethan wouldn't talk to him.
okay,
I don't know. I really could not tell you. He just kind of like stopped talking to his family because they didn't really help him out while he was here or went to the army.
and you don't have a phone?
No, I use others.
You need to get your phone.
Okay. Do you want a description of her? Do you want me to try to find pictures of her?
Yeah, we'll need a description of her. I'm worried about too, the broke arm.
I don't think she ever took her to the hospital and found out it was broke though. I just know it was bruised. And that's all I know. I mean, I won't lie to you, when she was with me, there were a couple times when she was trying to walk, she was like falling, bruise her cheek, you know what I'm saying? But like, she was never bruised. I never whipped her. Like, I can't whip a kid. You know what I mean? I know some people disagree with that, but I mean, I just can't.
I mean, they're gonna fall when they.
Well, yeah, but I
walk,
mean, whenever that happened also, my dad was like, well, I'm gonna call and say that you abused her because she has a bruise on her cheek. And I was like, you can't do that. Like, because for one, like, I never hit that baby. Ever. And I wouldn't, you know. Because when kids are back, like, you know, bad, I believe, like, oh, you should take a toy away from them or something. Like, and like I said, a lot of people disagree with that. Like, you should spank your kids. I'm not one of those people.
Now when you gave the baby to Ethan, what did you do with all your stuff for the baby? Because when we went to the house, there was no baby stuff.
Some for baby stuff is there, but I gave him about all of her clothes. And the only, like, bottles I had for her was just, like, one sippy cup. And it wasn't even, like, a sippy cup. It was, like, one of the kids, like, new pink cups. You know what I'm talking about, like, the straws in it? She's already switched the straws. And I mean, I really only kept that from the car because if nothing else, I would just, like, go buy, like, little plastic straws and give her stuff out of cups. And then I had baby stuff at, like, a mommy's and stuff like that. My grandma's. And the car seats in Hunter's truck. Her car seat.
Is that what you were gonna use to pick her up tomorrow with?
Yeah, the car seat's in the truck. Well, we can take Alexis to go get her, don't get me wrong, but the car seat is in the truck.
So, tomorrow at 4, who were we gonna meet down there since?
I didn't even know he went back. I thought he was still up here. To be honest with you, because he really did not tell me anything.
And when did you make the arrangement to meet him tomorrow? And like, when was that discussed with you?
I mean, it's been a long time ago.
Okay.
Tomorrow's the 19th, right? The 18th, yeah, the date's right.
Was it after he took Evelyn with him?
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest with you, he got mad because he asked me for have custody of her, and I said, you'll have to take me to court over it. I was like, I would not keep her from you, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, if you want half custody, we're going to go to court, and it's going to be set up like the right way. But I'm not just going to sign half of her over to you, you know what I mean?
When did that happen? When did he get mad about that? So
It was like the day of Christmas.
When did you all officially break up?
Sometime in November, I don't know, to be honest with you.
When you went down there to see him?
Yeah.
whenever you and Ethan went to that party, whose house was that party?
Me and Hunter went, and it was at, this guy in Clint's house, at Hunter's friend.
New Year's Eve party?
Hunter's first name was Preston. I'm sorry if that confuses you. I've always called him Hunter.
Went to a New Year's Eve party. Where was that at?
It's in Piney Flat at Clint's house.
At Clint.
Yeah.
Who is Clint? Just a friend?
It's one of Hunter's friends.
So what do you think about the entire situation?
Well, I mean, I don't know what's going on. I want to know what's going on. I mean, like, I'm kind of panicky on the inside. You know, I mean, I don't know what to do. There's not really much I can do. Is that your supervisor?
She's one of the ones that works with me, and I'm my supervisor. They're on their way from Keith.
Okay.
Did you spend any time with Ethan over the years?
Mhm. Like I said, I know he went back down to Louisiana, wherever he's at. Mississippi, or whatever you all said, I know he went back down there.
So he told you he was living in Kingsport. Earlier, did you tell us he was living in Lumberville? You thought he was living in Lumberville?
Well, it's that apartment in Kingsport or Bluntville. It's on Memorial Boulevard, in between.
Questions?
So what do you all do when Amber is out? Like, what's the process after
Well,
that?
we're gonna have to find this baby tonight. And I don't know where this baby is, but it's gotta be found.
So what happens if we don't find her or not?
I don't know. I've never run into this in my 20 years here. But we've got to find her. And Ethan doesn't have her, you don't have her. Where did this baby go?
I don't know.
What did Preston think about the baby?
What do you
Or Hunter, do you call him Hunter?
think? Yeah, that's his middle name, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I thought
well,
it was Hunter.
I didn't know what you called him by. Was Hunter jealous of the baby? Because
No.
it's odd, Hunter.
No,
I was just asking, because some people, you know, are like that.
no, he's not like that.
You know, maybe one of the questions that popped in my head, maybe he didn't want the baby.
Ethan?
No, Hunter.
No. But Ethan and I used to get into it, and he used to tell me he didn't want Evelyn, that I wasn't his baby. We used to have thoughts like that all the time. I'd be like, I'll give you DNA test, I know the child's yours. Me and I used to get into it, he used to like, ready to kill me all the time and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of why we broke up. I don't think he's a bad person, I don't make him sound that way, but you know what I'm saying?
All right, Mr. Lewis, this interview took place February 18th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you as an investigator at DCS continue to search for and attempt to locate Evelyn Boswell?
yes,
And were you able to do that? Were you able to find her?
no,
Did you ever, did DCS, or you personally ever receive any reports from the defendant Megan Boswell that her child was missing?
no,
Did Megan Boswell ever produce Evelyn or bring her to you?
no,
Since DCS was involved in this, since you all had received a referral, if there had been any court proceedings that had been instituted or took place regarding custody of Evelyn, would you all have been notified or made a party to that?
yes,
Okay. At any point in time, were there ever any custody proceedings or custody petitions filed seeking custody of Evelyn,
no, no,
either by Megan Boswell or any other person?
no,
As a result of the fact that she could not produce Evelyn, she could not be found, what did you do next as far as your role as an investigator was concerned?
My next step was I consulted with DCS supervision, and we had decided to file a petition for requesting an order to produce the child.
And was such an order obtained?
It was.
And what was that through? Which
That
court?
was through the Sullivan County Juvenile Court.
And as a result of that, was Miss Boswell ordered to produce the child, produce Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
And did she ever produce Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. If you would answer any questions, Mr. Scott, Mr. Horn had for you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. My name's Gene Scott. How are you?
Doing well.
I just have a little bit of questions about the timing of these interviews. You went to the house where Megan was and interviewed her. What time of day was that?
Approximately 4:45 p.m.
It was on February the 18th.
Yes.
And then that video we just watched, was that the same day?
Yes.
What time was that?
I want to say approximately at 8 o'clock.
Okay, so a time period of about 3 hours, 15 minutes.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Did you take any further statement from her that day?
No.
Thank you.
Peter,
No, Your Honor.
is he free to go? Is any man?
I don't think we need a judge.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry. You agree with Scott? Yes. Mr. Lewis, thank you for your testimony. You release your opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called Casey Salts.
Last name?
Salts, Saults.
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Casey Salts?
You solemnly swear from testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Ma'am?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Your name is Casey Salts, is that correct?
Yes.
And where do you live?
In Elizabethton.
Okay. Do you know the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Can you tell us how, and I'm gonna ask you just maybe go just a little bit closer to that microphone so we can catch your voice. Thank you. Tell us how you know Megan Boswell.
She was a foster child to my parents.
Okay. And what is your mom's name?
Gail Kite or
Okay.
Patricia Kite.
Okay. And so did Megan Boswell live with your mom, Gail Patricia
Yes.
Kite, when she was pregnant with Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. And did she also have Evelyn while she was living with your mom?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see Megan Boswell in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point her out to us, please?
She's right there.
Okay. Can you describe what she's wearing, please?
A blue jacket, navy blue jacket.
Okay. Or we'd ask the court to acknowledge that, just identify the defendant. Okay. So during this time frame, are we talking about 2018 and early 2019? Or do you, and you may not know the answer to this, when she was living with your mom?
I'm thinking it was just 2019.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. Do you remember when Megan gave birth to Evelyn?
Yes.
And where were you working at the time?
Premier Pediatrics.
Okay. And obviously we probably know the answer to this, but what is Premier Pediatrics?
A pediatrician's office.
Okay. And where was Premier Pediatrics located?
In Johnson City.
Okay. Do you remember how many, is that place still open?
No.
Okay. That's why I'm asking in kind of in the past tense. It's now closed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How many pediatricians were working there at the time?
2.
Okay. And what were their names?
Dr. Pugh and Dr. Trosen.
Okay. And what was your job description there?
Receptionist, front office.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about what your job duties were at that pediatrician's office?
Scheduling and making appointments, answering phone calls, medical records, all the front duties.
Okay. Would you check people in?
Yes. Check in, check out.
Okay. Okay. And were you able to like see the waiting room when people would come in, or would they come up to the window and check in? How would that work?
They would come into the waiting room, or no, they would come into the front office to the window and check in. And then we had 2 separate waiting rooms, one for well visits and one for sick visits. You could kind of see in there from where we were from the doors open, but to actually like see in there, you had to get up and walk in there.
Okay. After Evelyn was born, is this the office that Megan Boswell brought Evelyn to for her well visits?
Yes.
And when she would bring Evelyn, would you know when they came into the office?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that based upon what you just told us about how the office runs?
Correct.
Okay. based on your experience of that office, can you tell us what your office schedule was for newborns? Like how often would they come in?
They would come in like once a month for the first couple of months, and then we would kind of space them out to every 3 to 4 months until they were about 2 years old, and then they would come once a year.
Okay, so for that first year, is it common for them to come more than once from 0 to 3 months?
Yes.
What about from 3 to 6 months? How often would they come?
I'm thinking it would be about 2 to 3 times within that time frame.
Okay, what about from say 6 to 9 months?
Probably just once at the end. I think by then it was like every 3 months.
Okay, and same for 9 to 12 months, it would be just one
Yes.
visit? Okay. When a newborn and a baby in that first year, would they always, when they came to the office, would they always see the same doctor, or would they?
We would try to keep them with the same doctor just for continuity of care.
Okay,
But if that doctor was unavailable, the other pediatrician would also see them too.
okay. And did Premier Pediatrics keep records of visits on their patients?
Yes.
Was that done on every patient,
Yes.
including the records of Evelyn Boswell?
Correct.
Okay. And since you worked in the front, were you aware of whether that office did any kind of reminders for patients to remind them of appointments?
Yes. They would get like an automated call the day before,
Okay,
and we could see if they answered or replied back to that.
okay. So you could kind of see if they said, yes, I'm coming, or no, I need to
Right.
reschedule, or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. Did your office also give appointment cards
We
out?
did.
Okay. And when would that be done?
Usually when you check out for your previous appointment, we would schedule the next one and
Okay.
give an appointment card.
Okay. And after Evelyn was born, did Megan Boswell bring her to her scheduled appointments?
Yes.
Okay, we're just gonna ask for some clarification on that. When I asked that last question, did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn, and I'll ask it in a different way maybe. Did she bring Evelyn to her normal appointments for, say, the first weeks that she was supposed to bring her? Did she bring Evelyn to those appointments?
Yes.
Okay, and did she continue to bring her to appointments up until a certain time closer to the end of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. For her 12-month visit, is that something that would have been scheduled at Evelyn's last appointment, her previous appointment?
You're right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and And so we asked about the appointment card. Do you recall anyone babysitting Evelyn during that same time around early December?
Yes,
Okay. Who babysat Evelyn?
my aunt,
Okay. What was her name?
Sue Whitson,
Okay. And is that your mom's sister?
correct.
Okay. And do you know when she babysat Evelyn?
I don't know like the exact dates, but I do know that she kept her a few times
Okay. Do you know what month that was in?
in early December.
Okay. And do you recall receiving a photograph?
Yes.
Okay. What was the photograph of?
Evelyn's had a really bad diaper rash.
Okay. And that's a photograph that you saw yourself
Yes.
of Evelyn. Okay. Can you describe what it looked like?
Really blistery, and you could kind of see like on the sides of her legs where she had been scratching, possibly some scratch marks.
Okay. Since you're working at a pediatrician's office, did you show that to anyone?
I did show it to one of the nurses. I don't recall which nurse I had showed it to though.
Okay. And you're not going to be able to say what they told you, but then what did you then tell your Aunt Sue about what she needed to do with Evelyn? I'm not asking to elicit hearsay. I'm asking what she told. Okay, so we're going to move to Evelyn's 12-month well visit. Did Megan Boswell bring Evelyn to her 12-month well visit?
No.
I'm going to pass you a document, see if you can identify it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Do you recognize the handwriting?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
That is mine.
Okay, and do you recognize what that document is?
Correct.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it looked like when you produced that document?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd be asked for that to be admitted as exhibit number 63.
My bad.
Reminder card.
Yeah. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Okay. Can you see that okay? Is that the appointment card that you wrote on for Megan Boswell?
Yes.
And for the appointment of December 5th, 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
So when she did not show up for her appointment, what did you do?
I texted Megan.
Okay. So you had her contact information?
I did. Where
Okay.
she was part of the family, we did keep in contact.
Okay, and how would you contact her?
Through Facebook Messenger mostly.
Okay, and had you communicated with her before on Facebook, or was this the first time?
Yes. No, I've communicated with her before.
Okay. And is that how you reached out to her that day?
Yes.
Pass you another document. And I'm going to ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
Can you tell, without telling me what it says, can you tell me what it is?
It's the text thread of off of Messenger where we're talking.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that to be admitted as exhibit number 64, Your Honor.
No, sir. The full exhibit.
Permission to publish. Your Honor, we've got a few more of these. Would you like for me to leave the Elmo up until we're done? Okay. Okay. So obviously that's your name on the left. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so then Megan Boswell's is in blue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you said, the message that you sent to Megan that day?
That Evelyn had an appointment today. Do you need me to reschedule it? It was for her 1-year baby check.
Okay. And then what did Megan Boswell say in response?
That she had thought it was the next day.
Okay. And then I'm missing part of that. What did you say in response to her?
I had asked her where she was,
And what was her response?
that she was working.
Okay. And I meant to ask you, the date is December 5th, 2019.
Yes.
Okay. And this would have been after her appointment, after she'd already missed the appointment?
Right.
And did you reschedule her appointment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you recall when you rescheduled it?
I don't recall the date, no.
Okay. I'm going to pass you. I'm going to give you a second to read through that. I just believe it's 2 pages. Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of an additional conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And how did you have that conversation?
Through Facebook Messenger.
And what is the date of that conversation?
December 6th and December 11th.
Okay. And does that December 6th date help refresh your memory on the date that her appointment was rescheduled for?
Well, I did ask about the baby's appointment today, so I would say that I did reschedule it for the next day.
Okay, so that would have been December 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 65, please.
No objection.
No, sir.
So the December 6th message.
Actually, I think I'm going to go ahead and let her look at this one too and keep it together as 1, 6, and 11. Sorry. To keep this is one continuous. I'm gonna give you one additional page for that same exhibit. If you could just take a look at it, please. Okay, and do you recognize that as also being part of that conversation?
Yes,
Does that go into the date of December 11th as well?
yes.
Okay, it has to be that collective exhibit number 65.
Yes.
Permission to publish? Okay. Ms. Saltz, I'm going to go through one page at a time with this, okay?
Mhm.
So again, this is the day after that first missed appointment, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. Can you tell me the date of this conversation?
December 6th,
Okay, and what do
2019.
you, I'm sorry,
December 6th, 2019.
and what do you ask the defendant, Megan Boswell?
What about the baby's appointment today?
And what does Megan say to you?
That she says I had to come in. I've been called in since 4:30 a.m. I'll have to reschedule it. That she'd been working crazy hours.
Okay, and what did you ask her?
Where she was working,
And what did Megan Boswell say?
the chicken place.
And then what did you tell her in response?
To just tell me a day when she can come for sure.
Okay. And then did she respond to you?
Yeah, she said that she'll figure it out and that she's working all day tomorrow.
Is this a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And then what do you say back in response to Megan Boswell?
I told her it was okay. I just didn't want her to get too far behind on her shots.
And does the next conversation start on December 11th?
Yes.
And is that started by Megan Boswell to you?
Yes.
Okay. What does Megan Boswell say to you?
She's asking if her dad or Ashley can bring Evelyn for a doctor's appointment because she had been working really hard from
Okay.
4:30 to 6:30.
Okay. And does she say that she's staying past 6:30?
Oh, yeah, it does say. And then she's staying after to clean too.
Okay. And what is your response to her?
I told her that, yeah, it was fine that they could bring her. Do I need to make an appointment?
And then what does Megan Boswell say to you?
That when her dad wakes up, she'll ask him if he can.
Okay. And the last page of this exhibit. Are we still on December 11th, 2019?
Yes.
And then what do you say in response to her?
I asked her, is she sick or does she need, is it for the well child visit?
Well, at the top, I think you responded to her first at the very top.
Oh,
Forget,
we
is that,
went
was
over
that on this slide? Okay, go ahead. So you say to her, is she sick or for her well child check?
Yes,
And what does she say to you?
for her well child.
Okay. And then what do you say back to her?
I said, okay, I'll look through the schedule and see when I can get her in.
Do you recall if you rescheduled that for a date?
I want to say that I did, but I don't remember an exact date.
Okay. I'm gonna pass you one last set of photographs. I'll give you a second to read through them. Okay. And are you able to identify that?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes.
Okay, what is it?
It's more of a text thread off Facebook Messenger.
Okay, what is the date of that?
December
conversation?
13th. of 2019.
Okay, and is that also a fair and accurate representation of your conversation via Facebook Messenger with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 66.
What was the date again?
December 13th, 2019, Your Honor. Permission to publish. Again, I'm gonna show it to you one page at a time. Okay, so you said the date on that was December 13th, 2019, is that right?
Yes.
And what do you say to Megan Boswell?
Is Evelyn coming today?
Is that because she had an appointment scheduled for that day?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did you say?
I had said,
Actually, I should ask you this. Did she respond to that message at all?
no.
Okay, so then what did you say?
I said, I need to know, Dr. Pugh is asking, she's not happy about her missing these appointments,
Okay, and what did Megan Boswell say in response to you?
that she was going to switch her pediatrician to someone closer,
Okay, and did she say anything else?
that she could pay for missed appointments or whatever.
And then what do you say in response?
I told her no is okay. Dr. Pugh is just worried about y'all. She said it's not like y'all to miss appointments. That was a typo. She was asking me if I knew what was going on.
Okay. All right. How long did you work at Premier Pediatrics?
Probably a little over 4 years.
Okay, and during that time, I'm assuming like children would switch pediatricians.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And when they did, would you get record requests from the new doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get a record request from another pediatrician for Evelyn Boswell?
Not to my knowledge.
From any other doctor's office for Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Is it typical, based upon the time that you were there for 4 years, typically would you get a request from another doctor to get their vaccine records, et cetera,
Yes.
of the child? Okay. And I'm assuming you personally, you've met Evelyn yourself, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall the last time that you saw Evelyn alive?
November 28th of
Okay,
2019.
okay. So it had been just a little bit after she turned 1, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
At my home.
Okay. And do you remember why she was there?
I think Megan and Evelyn were going to visit with my parents and they were busy. So she stopped by to visit with me.
Okay, so she just came by to visit and it
Yeah.
was just Megan and Evelyn together?
Yes.
Did Evelyn appear healthy that day?
Yeah.
Any concerns that you had for her?
No.
Was she mobile yet?
Yeah.
Was she walking?
Toddling around. I think
Okay.
she was still holding on to stuff, but she was getting around.
All right. Please answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you. I'm sorry, Mr. Horn.
Ms. Salts, right?
Yes.
My name's Tim Horn. I'm one of Megan's attorneys. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions to make sure I understood your testimony. And that is, since Evelyn's birth, up until roughly right at the 12-month mark, Megan was bringing Evelyn in as recommended for these wellness checkups.
Correct.
It would be a fair statement to say that she did that up until Miss Madison go last year, right at the infancy or the onset of December.
Correct.
So a year.
Yeah.
And during that year period, you said you'd worked in a pediatrician's office for about 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
It would be normal or customary that if, when you're examining a child and you saw signs of abuse or neglect, you'd have a duty to report that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And that's a statutory duty that's imposed upon physicians and doctors to do.
Correct.
So I'm gleaning from your testimony that Megan was doing everything that a mother should
or that we would want a mother to do for this first year of this child's life.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, there was nothing documented, or there was no concerns about Evelyn's welfare. Is that correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
And so essentially, the substance of your testimony here today is that at the end of December, at the empty of December there, she just didn't show and never showed from that point on.
Right.
That's all the questions I have.
No, you're right.
You should be released from stand.
Yes, Your Honor. You're released.
Ms. Sauce, thank you for your testimony today. And you can be released from stand.
Thank you.
State is called Dr. Barbara Pugh.
No.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony that you tell the truth, all the truth,
I do.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Dr. Pugh, if you would scoot up real close to that microphone there so we can pick you up.
Okay.
There you go. That's better. All right. Your full name, please.
Barbara Elaine Pugh.
All right. And where are you employed, Ms. Pugh?
I am currently retired. I'm a pediatrician.
All right. And how long were you a pediatrician?
I think 37 years.
All right. Where did you practice?
I own my own practice Premier Pediatrics in Johnson City.
All right. And was that an open pediatrician's office back in 2018?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay. While you were had that pediatrician's office, did you have a patient there by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
I did.
All right. And the mother of the child, her name was Megan Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. How many doctors were in the practice there at Premier Pediatrician?
At that time, we had a physician assistant and another doctor, another pediatrician.
So how did that work when you had a patient there at the office? Did one doctor, was that assigned to a specific patient, or was it just kind of on a?
Well, they could
rotational
request
basis?
who they wanted to see, but most often they saw the same one for their physicals, usually.
And did you see Evelyn shortly after she was born there in your office?
My partner at the time, Dr. Trozen, saw her for the very first time at 8 days of age.
And would you all have reviewed her birth records from the hospital as part of your usual protocol in taking her on as a new patient?
Yes, and that was in the chart when Dr. Trozen got the information.
All right. And you had an opportunity to review Evelyn's chart?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any concerns as far as her birth, pregnancy, anything like that prior to her coming on as a patient there at your office?
Well, the mother was a teen mother, and in pediatrics, we consider that of concern. So she was 17 at the time. The baby had group B strep. Mama was group B strep positive, so the baby got some antibiotics for a couple of days, but she went home at 2 days. She was small for gestational age, like 5 pounds and 6 ounces, I think it was. So she was small, but other than that, she was doing well.
All right. And did you all see her on a regular basis there at your office?
Yes, she came for her physicals 2 weeks or 16 days is how she was, but she came the second visit, and then 2, 4, 6, and 9 months.
And again, you said you had an opportunity to review her records. Anything stand out to you as far as health concerns during that first year?
No, I mean, the last time we saw her was for a sick visit. She was about 10 and a half months old. So that was the last visit in October of 2019. But her 2, 4, 6, 9 months visits, in 2 weeks, she was doing well. She had a few little odds and ends, but they're normal. No.
Developing normal like a.
Yes,
a
she was
newborn
growing well and her developmental skills were very well. She was actually advanced at 9 months, talking some, and she was doing well.
Okay, so meeting normal milestones, nothing that would,
Yes.
as a pediatrician, would give you any sort of concern.
No, she was doing well.
You aware that she had a visit scheduled for December the 5th, 2019?
That probably would have been her 12, it should have been her 12-month checkup.
All right. And you learned that she failed to make that visit. Is that correct?
Yes, I think she had more than one. I think it may have been rescheduled, but I'm not sure. But she did have, because the front office takes care of that, but she did not come anymore after 10 and a half months.
And obviously, as a pediatrician, it's important for you to see a child regularly during the early parts of her
Yes.
life, correct?
Yes, we
Okay.
have a,
So did that concern you when she did not show back up for her year visit?
well, yes, but in pediatrics, it's, sometimes people move, they change, so you don't always know as the doctor, you may not know why they don't show up, but all you can do is call and try to find out and follow up.
Okay. All right. So you said the last time you saw Evelyn was in October of 2019.
Well, actually, Dr. Trozen saw her that day for a sick visit.
So the last time your office saw her.
Yes.
Does your office maintain medical records as a normal course of treating patients
Yes.
there?
When I sold my practice to when they the charge of maintaining with Dr. Justin Jones with Ballot Health.
Okay.
He's a pediatrician.
All right. Okay. Dr. Pugh, I'm going to hand you some records and ask you to take a look at them, see if you can identify them.
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the charts from my office.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate copy of the medical records of Evelyn Boswell
Yes.
that were maintained by your office?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit 67, please. Thank you, Dr. Pugh. If you would answer any questions, I believe Mr. Horn might have for you.
So all but the first visit you saw Evelyn. Is that my
Not
understanding?
the first and the last visit. I didn't see
Okay,
her.
last. But you would have had access, so when you did treat her, you would have access to all of her medical records.
Yes, they would be in the chart.
And as a pediatrician in the state of Tennessee, would it be fair, I mean, is it your understanding of the law that if a pediatrician's examining a child and they suspect abuse or neglect or something that's affecting the welfare of that child, they have an obligation to report it?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, to the records that were made in regards to Evelyn, was there anything in there that would cause, warrant, or impose a duty to report anything to law enforcement to require to
No, or-
investigate that?
No, or I would have taken care of it.
I imagine you would. Your medical license is important to you. So fair statement to say that Evelyn was progressing the way she
Yes.
should progress, and that Megan was fulfilling, up until the point you last seen her, maternal responsibilities as far as it relates to the child.
Or yes.
That's all questions I have.
No, you're right.
She's free, okay.
She is.
Dr. Pugh, thank you for your testimony.
Thank
You're
you.
released from your subpoena. You're free to go. Sorry, Nick.
State call Paul Miller.
your right hand, sir. State your name. Paul Miller. Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth. Yes, sir. Speak in your mouth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon.
If you would scoot up real close to that mic so we can pick you up, okay? You're Paul Miller, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And Mr. Miller, where do you live?
I live in Johnson City.
Okay. Now, at one point in time, you were married to Ethan Perry's grandmother. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So just getting this straight for everybody, you are Ethan's grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And at one point in time, you believed that Ethan was the biological father of Evelyn Boswell. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? Okay. Did Ethan ever live with you growing up?
He did from birth to he was about 11.
Okay.